Alright, let me set the context for the video. In this video, we're trying to recreate the 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗀𝗀 wallpaper app. This is a recent application that came on the App Store and the Play Store, got a little bit of backlash because it was a fairly simple application, and rightfully so. I think it took me around 5-6 hours to build a similar version of the app. The application lets you browse through and download a few wallpapers. It's not too difficult to build. That's sort of what we'll try to do in this specific video. The things that you're going to learn are going to be, for the first 1 hour or so, I've been explaining the basics of React Native and, how do you do navigation in React Native, the Expo router and the original React navigation library. Basically, if you don't understand any of these terms, then the first 1 hour is going to be fairly educational and create like a wireframe / a bunch of blocks for the application. The second half, 4 hours or so, is just me polishing the application, coding all the UIs and, trying to make it feature compatible. I probably sat for 8 hours, spent around 5 to 6 hours coding. In this, the app is almost complete. There are a few things left. You can look at them at the end. There is no backend at the moment. All the wallpapers are hard-coded in the app directly. And everything else sort of what you would expect to works. You can see all the current wallpapers, download them. That's pretty much it. Light mode, dark mode, and, a bunch of basic things in a mobile application. The things that you might learn are number 1, navigation, number 2, basic styling, number 3, if you're from the React world and this is the first time you're doing React Native, how are they different, and how would you create a React Native application, styles, a bunch of external libraries that we had to use for doing things like saving the image on the phone of the user, gradients, a bunch of learnings in navigation. What is the Expo router? How is it different from normal navigation that used to happen before the Expo router? And which one should you choose? The stack navigator, bottom tab navigator, top tab navigator. That's a brief. Let me know how the video was. Without any further ado, let's get right into it. All right, let's start from the top. As soon as you open the application, the first thing you see is 3 tabs. The first tab being the Explore tab, in which you can explore various wallpapers. Some of them are free, some of them are paid. Whenever you click on a wallpaper, a sort of a model pops up that shows you, the wallpaper, gives you a button to get it. You can get it for free or you can pay some amount to get it. When you click on watch one ad to unlock the standard definition version, it will give you the standard definition version. If you pay, you'll get like the HD version. That's the gist of it. So like if you've done a little bit of mobile development, you'll realize this is like a fairly straightforward product to build. On this specific page, you need, a topper on the thing that you see on the top with an image. It's sort of a carousel, it's like not too hard to code. Then comes the actual screen that shows you all the wallpapers. The For You page is very similar, where, somehow they've figured out set of wallpapers for you. I would assume it's, some random algorithm. And this page itself has 3 tabs, lets you see the things that you've liked. Now I'm not signed in, which probably means this like preference is stored somewhere, natively on the device, and a library, which I haven't purchased anything. So this is fairly empty as well. 3 tabs over here, 3 tabs at the bottom. And then the last tab is fairly straightforward. It lets you sign up and sign in, change the theme from light to dark, and lets you change the app icon and, a bunch of pages over here that, pop up on top. So it's a fairly simple application to build. I think the most difficult bit here is going to be, navigation, figuring out or creating, a very basic layout of 3 different tabs over here, a single tab on which if you hover over something, a bottom sheet comes up, and then, the account section, which again is, if I'm being honest, fairly straightforward. If we want it to be pixel perfect, for example, as you see, if I scroll down, the bottom bar goes away. If I scroll up a bit, it comes back up. I'm unsure if these are available out of the box in the navigation library we'll be using. I could be wrong, but I can see some things that might be a little complicated to build. We might have to build them from scratch. Everything else, this is very basic functionality, so it's already available in most React Native navigation libraries. What is a navigation library we'll get to very soon, but that's probably the only thing you will learn from this video. Everything else is just going to be as depends on you how much time you want to spend and make it as pixel perfect and as polish that you see over here. For example, you can skip doing a carousel at the top. If you scroll the carousel, you might see a small gradient, right above featured artists that goes from transparent to black, things like these. These are all, mildly hard things to do in native, and, we'll have to see whether or not Expo exports any of these, natively, or we have to build them ourselves. But that's a high level. Without any further ado, I will try to code and, explain what is happening at each and every point. So if you want to follow along, feel free to, but there are checkpoints through this video. At every checkpoint, it basically means make sure you've done everything before you proceed. For example, checkpoint 1 is going to be starting a very basic React Native application locally. If you're not able to start that, there's no point of proceeding. From there, you won't be able to follow along. So I'll break down the video into 5 to 6 checkpoints. Go checkpoint by checkpoint and, try to complete the whole thing in case you're trying to code it yourself. If you're just watching it for fun, then, I will see you in the video. Let's get into it. All right, so we're going to use something called Expo to create our mobile app today. This basically means we are writing React code, or more technically React Native code, but we're heavily relying on a framework called Expo, which just makes your life a little bit easier when you're starting off basic React Native applications like the one that we're building today. This gets very complicated / hard to build if you're building a more complex app like a Google Meet application. Basically, it's very hard, or at least was like 2 years ago. It might have changed now. Expo brings in compatibility really quickly, but until 2 years ago, it was very hard to create a add WebRTC integration into Expo. For that, you have to go down the other route, which is writing raw React Native or using the React Native CLI. So there are basically 2 ways you can decide to start your project. One is React Native, originally how it was meant to be. And the other one is Expo, that will make your life a little bit easier when you're writing code, as well as when you're deploying code on the App Store or Play Store. So pick and choose which one is more relevant for you. You can always eject out of Expo and move to raw React Native later on. So if you want to just get off the ground, then Expo is good enough. You'll see very soon how easy it makes your life, both when developing locally as well as when you deploy it on App Store or Play Store. So we are going to use Expo, and the command to run to initialize an Expo project is npx create expo app @latest. Think of this command very similar to create next app or create Vite @latest, that let you create React and Next applications respectively. Today we're creating a new project called let's call it wallpaper app, and in here I'm going to run npx create expo @latest. This will have the front end and back end eventually. I mean, we'll see whether or not we integrate back end. We'll just be hard coding values initially. So the front end here is getting created in the my app folder, and the backend I'll probably store in the backend folder. We'll also see how you can connect the front end and the backend. Let's wait for the dependencies to install and then open this project in Visual Studio Code. All right, this is what the project looks like. It has a bunch of folders inside. Let me give you a quick TLDR of what every folder does. The app folder has the meat of our logic. All of our real code that we'll be writing will be written over here. Let's not go in there right now, though it's a little complicated to understand. Assets, as the name suggests, has a bunch of fonts as well as images that we'll be using throughout our application. Components are React Native components. So these aren't React components. You can't use a div tag over here, but you can use, something else. What is that something else? We'll be coming to very soon. 𝗟𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is another component. These are all components that we have created that we will use where we will use in this app folder and in all the files that are defined over here. Hooks are a bunch of standard hooks, nothing like specific to React or React Native. Very commonly you might have used hooks in React. Very similarly, some of these hooks have been created for us. Others we will be creating. For example, we will create a hook called use wallpapers or something like that. That will return us a list of wallpapers to currently show to the user. Scripts folder has a bunch of scripts that don't worry about what they do, and a bunch of extra files that we'll also be tinkering with in a while. That is a high level of the code where we be spending most of our time. We'll be spending our time writing a bunch of components and then gluing them together in this app folder. These are the 2 places where we'll be writing most of our code. For you, I would suggest that you at the very least start the project locally. The way to do that is if you look at package.json, you'll see an iOS script, which is what I will be using because I'm on a Mac machine and I have Xcode installed. But for you, if you're on a Windows machine, you will need, Android Studio and an emulator working locally. I already have that for iOS, which is why. What will I be running? npm run iOS. make sure I'm in the right folder, and then run npm run iOS. This iOS script will start an emulator locally for me, which will, run my React Native application. Now, this is, checkpoint number one, by which I mean, for some of you, this might not work, especially if you're not on a Mac machine, this will not work. You might have to run the Android version. So try running npm run Android, or you might have to, set up Xcode locally, basically install an emulator locally. If you've done iOS development, then, this should just work out of the box for you. If you have not, then, one way to do it is this. Okay, on your Mac machine, you install Xcode and whatever is needed for iOS development. That's the easy bit. Eventually, you can, all your code is written over here. You can debug your code over here. There is one more way, which is you install the Expo Go app on your mobile device. So if I open my mobile device over here, you will see I have a Expo Go app. This is my physical iPhone device. And here I have an Expo Go application. If I want, I can actually open this specific project in my Expo Go app. Let me actually open the camera over here, scan the QR code, click on open in Expo Go, and that opens the project here on my real device as well. So if you feel like it's too much effort for you to set things up locally, you can just scan the QR code and open it in the Expo Go application. So you have to make sure you have this Expo Go app locally on your, mobile device. But what would I recommend? I would recommend, just getting an emulator locally so that your life is, easy in the long run. It's just easier to debug directly over here right next to the code than, worrying about the physical device and, looking at the physical device again and again. Cool. That's a high level. That is checkpoint number one. Where will we be spending most of our time? We'll be spending most of our time in the apps folder. What is the next step for you? How can you complete checkpoint one? Make sure you have, one version of the application running. Try to find through your project, try it. And, wherever you see it, I search for try it over here. I saw it over here. Try to replace this with someone else. Let me delete it from here. And as you can see, the change automatically reloaded over here as well. If I add it, I see it over here. So make sure this local setup is good. And, you might have to choose some class to do it. If you are good with this, then move on to the next steps where I'll take you through the basics of navigation. How does the Expo router work? What is the Expo router? How are they doing navigation similar to Next.js file-based navigation? And what is the raw way to do navigation? Both of these things we'll discuss next. All right, let's go through a very basic jargon. If you've not done, React Native before or mobile apps before, then you might not know what navigation is. So here is a, navigation 101. Most applications that you see, for example, the one that we're building today, have various what are called tabs. And most of them, like 99% of the apps, will have a bottom bar like this, where the bottom bar contains a few sections. For this app, that's the home section, which shows you the suggested, wallpapers. But this For You tab itself has 3 tabs inside. Hopefully that's clear. When you open this application, the first tab itself has 3 tabs inside. Then the second tab, if I click on the Explore button, this thing opens up. This doesn't have any more tabs, but I can scroll through this page and, look at my wallpaper. Lastly, when I click on the accounts thingy, then again, it seems like a very simple page, but to the naked eye, it might feel like, oh, there is no, tabs inside the third tab. I only have 3 tabs inside the first tab and the rest 2 are simple. But even in the other 2, there are more pages. Let me quickly show you this on the phone. So if you look at this application, the same thing you're seeing on screen right now. First tab, as I said, has 3 tabs inside. If I click on the second tab, it's pretty simple. But again, if I click on something else is opening up. We are actually navigating sort of to a different page. If this was a website, think of this like a new page that I got routed to. If I close this page, then I go back to the original page. It is the same as clicking the back button. And similarly, if I click on the accounts tab, the third tab right here, even though this is a plain page, from time to time, I click on accounts and the new page pops up. I get navigated to a fresh page on a stack. Here is some more jargon. Why am I saying this is navigated on a stack, because as you can see, a page got pushed. If I clicked on this, a page got pushed. If I want to go back, I pop the page. I push the page, I pop the page. From this page, if there was another, redirect, I might have gone to another page. Then would have gone back twice. So that is why this is called, the stack navigator versus, the things that you're seeing at the bottom are simple tabs. So these are the high level 2 to 3 types of navigations we'll be dealing with. If I had to name it again, 4 types of navigations. A bottom bar, something like this, that lets us navigate between the 3 sets of pages. A top bar, something like this, that lets us navigate in between a tab. We are in the first tab, and in the first tab itself, I'm navigating between 3 different tabs. These are the 2 types of navigations. Third type of navigation is not this one, but this one. This is more like what is this called? A bottom sheet, which opens up. As you can see, the page is still visible behind, but a sheet sort of popped up from the bottom where you can do a bunch of things. And the last kind is this kind where we push something on the stack. These are the 4 kinds of navigations we're supposed to build. And this should be probably, step 1 for us. Okay, we are able to figure out navigation after we have created, page 1 inside which there are 3 pages, and page 2 from which I can open a bottom sheet, and page 3 from which I can push on the stack. Then we can say, we're at a good starting point, and then we can start to design individual pages. So step 1 for us in this application is that we're going to first create all the navigation. Once we create the navigation, then we will, actually design the pages and, make them prettier. There are 2 ways to do navigation. There probably might be more, but 2 popular ways to do navigation in React Native. The first way is what's it called? React Navigation, which is frankly the popular way to do navigation in React Native, and was the only way for a long time. But recently, not recently, maybe like a few years ago, Expo introduced the Expo router. Think of the Expo router very similar to the Next.js router. If you've done Next.js, both of them let you do what's called file-based routing. What do they let you do? They let you do file-based routing. They are highly opinionated in how you write code, and the Expo router actually uses React navigation under the hood. So generally, or if this is your first time coding your application, it might be a good idea for you to use just React navigation, not depend on the Expo router. If you use the Expo router, your life will be easy for simple applications. But if you have extremely complex navigation, then you will have to fall back to, the simple React navigation library that pretty much has, every sort of navigation corner case covered. So pick and choose. Do you want to use the Expo router or React navigation? I am very conflicted, if I'm being honest. Both will come with equal amount of challenges. The challenge over here would be, writing a lot of code ourselves and not depending on a bunch of boilerplate that Expo router gives you. Challenge here would be it's not as well documented as, React navigation, since it's an older library. So I will decide in the next 1 minute which one to go with. But the project that we have, the project that we sort of cloned or started locally, if you open package.json here, you will see we already have React navigation /native as a dependency. We already have this as a dependency in our code base. The question is, are we going to use this raw, or are we just going to use file-based routing and, let Expo figure out how can it convert our files over to routes? That is what I'll decide in the next 1 minute. I'll see you in the next section. All right, I'm going to try my best to explain everything I'm doing and, go slow. We started with some boilerplate code, which is why you have an app folder which has so many things inside. It's easy to get overwhelmed. So I'm going to slowly build up to, the bottom tabs and then the top tabs. There are 4 things we have to do. As I said, bottom tabs, top tabs, bottom sheet on the second tab, and a stack to push, or a page to push on the third tab. These are the complicated things that we have to do. Eventually we'll check all of these off one by one. Let's kick things off with the simplest thing here. How do you create a basic React Native application? So for that, your app folder is where you'll spend most of your time. Now, a bunch of things in the app folder use things from this components folder, but don't worry about that just yet. Just in the app folder, let's get rid of everything. Let's delete everything in the app folder. If you don't delete them, then you have a very nice running app. In fact, the app that you already have, if you look at it, that app already has bottom navigation sorted. The first part is already done. Bottom tabs are already present over here. You see 2 bottom tabs. You can navigate through them. So a lot of the code is written for us, but just to avoid to learn it better, I'm going to delete everything from here in the app folder and start off with a very simple app/index.tsx file. So we're writing TypeScript code, but like nothing too complicated. Here let me turn off Super Maven here. I will export a function by default. Export default function which simply renders, what do you think? A div which has an h1 tag that says hi there. That would be nice, but we're not creating a website. What are we creating? A native application. So we will not be wrapping it inside a div component. Your native application doesn't understand what a div is. Your website does. More technically, if you're writing React code for a website, you use something called React DOM renderer or React DOM, which renders things for you on a website. But for React Native, you use something called React Native to render things natively. It's a bad explanation, but long story short, you can't use div. You have to use something called view over here, which is very similar to a div in HTML. And rather than writing h1, you have to write text over here, or you have to use the text component from React Native, and that will eventually render, as you would expect, hi there here on the screen. What do I see on the screen over here? Hi there. How did hi there come on the screen? Because I have a view which is similar to a div and a text inside called hi there. Is this project easy to comprehend? app/index.tsx. This is our entry point where I define, a button, a text. If I want, I can add a button right below it, where again, where do I import the button from? From React Native, and give it a title, let's say sign up. I see a sign up button over here, very native looking button. This is how a button should look on an iOS device. If you look at the same button in an Android device, it will look like a native Android button. So this is the simplest way to create a single page application, an application that doesn't have multiple pages, but our application needs to have more than one pages. Hence, this is a very naive, would have been nice if we had a single page application. For example, let's say hypothetically, I ask you to code a stopwatch. For the people who know React, can you quickly code a stopwatch over here? You would create a state variable called, let's say, count. It's too late. Use state, let's say 0. And then I will define a effect which will declare an interval. If you don't understand this part, it's fine. I'm just coding a more complicated single page application. If you don't understand what's happening here, people coming from the React world should. For everyone else, don't worry about it. I'm basically trying to create a stopwatch like application where, this number, as you can see, is going up by 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. How am I doing that? I'm declaring a state variable. This state variable is what I'm rendering over here. And I've defined an effect, a use effect that runs whenever this component renders for the first time. And I define a set interval inside. I say every 1 second, increase the value of count by 1. And that's exactly what's happening over here. Count gets increased by 1, the page re-renders. This value goes up to 31, 32, so on and so forth. This is how you create a single page application. Our life would have been great if we wanted to create a single page application, but our application has multiple pages. Very similar to how, let's say, a website like this, app.100xsteps.com, has a page that renders on /, which is this landing page. Also has a page that renders on, if I click on the login button, a page that renders on /signin. So there are various pages in our application. It is not a single page application. It has a landing page that renders on / something else renders on /signin. In the React Native world also, we now need multiple screens. Our application will not have a single screen, but many of them. If you remember the original app that we are creating, it has like 10-15 screens. So we will have to define all of these screens over here. One such screen is our, if I connect my phone over here, one such screen is this screen, which has, the Explore tab. One such screen is this For You screen, Accounts screen. One such screen is this specific accounts screen. These are all, think of them as different pages in a website. Terms of service, or let's say licenses, that is another screen over here. So all of these are various screens in our final application. We have to now declare or create such pages. If you're coming from the Next.js world, hopefully you understand how Next.js does file-based routing. What did we say? Expo router does file-based routing. So let's understand how can you create a more complicated, not a single page application, but a more complicated application. Hopefully this is clear. Okay, app/index.tsx mein whatever code you write. Of course, I've written React Native code and not HTML code here. That is what renders on the screen over here. That is how you create your mobile application with a single page. Now comes the question of how can I create a mobile application that, let's say, has 3 tabs at the bottom that I can sift through. It has 3 tabs. It can still be a single screen, but it needs to have 3 different tabs inside. For that, I will first have to create 3 separate routes. What are routes? Similar to what you saw over here, app.hardexapps.com /signin is a route. So I will create 3 such routes next. I will create here. I want, let's say, what are the 3 tabs called over here? They're called For You, Explore, and Account. So I'm going to create a for you.tsx, account.tsx, and what's the third one? Explore.tsx. These are the 3 pages that I am creating. Let me export something from here. Export function for you, which returns again a view which has, let's say, some text inside, where I type for you page. And similarly, I'm going to copy this code and paste it in the explore.tsx component, where I export a function called explore. Now this should be a default export. One very important thing here is this should be a default export. Harkirat, what is a default export? How is it different from the other thing? Just ChatGPT will tell you, or Google it. It's a fairly simple thing to know. 3 files I've defined. One of them is exporting a default function called account, where I write accounts page. One of them, the explore page, renders what? Renders explore page. And then the third one renders for you page. These are the 3 components that I've written, or 3, more technically, 3 screens that I've created, 3 pages that I've created if you're coming from the Next.js world. The question is, how can I navigate from one page to another? How can I have buttons over here at the bottom that take me from one page to another? For example, let's say I ask you, take me to accounts page, and then another button that take me to for you page, and then the third one that is take me to explore page. I define 3 buttons here. I see the 3 buttons. What should happen when I click on the first button? What should be the on press handler, not the on click handler, the on press handler? What should this do? This on press handler should take me to a different page. Now, here you can do one of 2 things. The simpler approach here is, you can wrap this button inside a link tab. If you're coming from Next.js, then this hopefully is straightforward. And rather than having a button, let's just have text over here to keep our life simple and not worry about how can you navigate from a button? Something like this. Take me to the accounts page, for you page, and then what's the third one? Explore page. I have defined 3 text components, but wrapped them inside a link, very similar to the link that you might see in Next.js. And here I say when the person clicks on it, or link href equal to slash, where should we be taking the user? To the slash accounts page. So slash account over here, and then slash for you over here, and then slash explore over here. I see 3 texts over here, fairly unstyled. But when I click on the first text, whatever written, take me to the accounts page, I have wrapped this inside a link and I said href equal to slash accounts. Since we have file-based routing, similar to Next.js, when I click on this button, it will automatically take me to the accounts page. Do you see? The accounts page got rendered. I was able to go from one page to another, similar to how I was able to go from one page to another when I click on this logo. So when I click on this logo, where do I get redirected? To slash. When I click on the login button, where do I get redirected? To the slash sign in route. Similarly, I have written over here, whenever you click on the take me to accounts button, or let's say take me to for you button, you should be redirected to the other page. So have we sort of done what the bottom bar did? Of course, there are still some things that are missing. I don't see a back button. I don't see the 3 buttons at the bottom, things like these. We'll fix that. But do we understand the first level of navigation? How can you navigate the user from one page to another? We no longer have a single page application. We have a more complicated application which has multiple pages. We can go from the landing page to a different page. We can't yet come back. We'll see how can you come back very soon. That is step 1. Step 1 was understanding basic navigation, creating a multi-page application. This is the code for it. I can remove all this extra logic that I had. Fairly simple, something like this. A view which has 3 link tabs inside, which have, text components inside. That's step 1. Step 2 is how can I take these to the bottom and fix them, irrespective of if I'm on this page or this page or this page. I want a bottom bar, a bottom tab from which I can navigate from one page to another. How can I fix this to the bottom? And here is where a very important concept is going to come, which again comes from the Next.js world. So if you understand layouts in Next.js, something very similar we're going to do next. I'm going to, in my app folder here, define a _layout.tsx file. What have I done? I've defined a _layout.tsx, which is very similar to layouts in Next.js, where whatever code I write here, for example, view, and let's say hi there I write here, which I wrap inside text. You can't just write native text in React Native. You have to wrap it inside the text component. If I write code like this in layout.tsx, I imported view from the wrong place. Let me import it from the right place. And now if I reload the application by pressing R, you will notice you see hi there here at the top. You don't see anything else. What happened as soon as I added _layout.tsx? It stopped going to index.tsx. It's like, nahi yaar, main to pehle layout mein jaunga. I will first go to layout. And then if in layout I have mentioned which page to render, that page will get rendered. This is similar to layouts in Next.js, where if I quickly show you some very similar code here, if you go to code100x/cms, this is a Next.js application. Here, if I go to source/app, you will see here also there is a layout.tsx where I've done some things here, HTML body, yada yada yada. But most important thing here that I've done is rendered the children over here. Whatever children come into this root layout, I render over here. Now, if you don't understand this, little bit Next.js, you need to brush up. I'm just trying to, help you move from there to here if you understand Next.js. If you don't, basically, I have to do one more thing. Yaar, ye to constant rahega sub pages mein. This is the layout of my application. 3 tabs are always going to be at the bottom. So this is the layout of my application. Hi there appears over here. It's very small right now. You can't see. So let me, or it's just hidden behind these, the time and this Wi-Fi icon. So what you can do here is replace this with safe area view. I repeat, replace this with safe area view, which as the name suggests is, anything inside this will get rendered in the safe area. What is the safe area? That, doesn't have this carrier at the top, or, add some basic margin on the top basically. So this is what my layout is. What does the term layout tell you? Here, every page will have this layout. And what do we want? We want all three of our pages to have a bottom bar. So rather than having all of that code in index.tsx, I'm going to take all of that code and put it here in layout.tsx. What am I saying over here? I'm saying here my layout will have these three buttons. These three buttons will always be present irrespective of which page gets rendered. This and this will stay there statically, और इसके नीचे हमारा actual page render होगा. My real page will render below it. How can I make my real page render below it? If I click on this, it says attempted to navigate before mounting the route, some error came. What I've missed is, where do you want to render the page? Where do you want to render everything else? If I go to index.tsx and remove this view from here and write something like text index page, then what do I see finally? I see my constant three buttons that are present in layout.tsx. My constant, let me just give it a background color as well. View style equal to background color, let's say black, or red. I see this is my top bar. That is going to be red. That is going to be constant. And I can navigate between various pages now. Is this similar to the bottom bar? What do we want? Okay, we want something at the bottom that is fixed irrespective of which page you are on. Have we been able to achieve that? Sort of. It's on the top right now. We have a top bar, not a bottom bar. We don't have three sections over here. We don't have buttons. But have we been able to create very basic navigation? A single page application which has multiple pages. Very bad definition, but an application which has multiple pages. I can navigate from one page to another. By default, what page gets rendered? The index page. That we don't even need. We don't need an index page. We only need three pages. Page 1, page 2, and page 3. So this index page is what gets rendered by default, which is why, you see index page over here. But ideally what we can do is here we want the default tab to be, let's say, the for you tab. So rather than rendering it at the for you.tsx, I can simply get rid of index.tsx here and replace for you.tsx with index.tsx. That way, my for you page comes by default. When I start the application, for you page gets rendered. I can go to any one of these individual pages. Take me to for you page now. Takes what happened inside for you.tsx. Oh, for you.tsx doesn't exist anymore. It's index.tsx. So layout.tsx needs to render this to / TypeScript was helping us out here as well. If I refresh, default page, the for you page gets rendered here. If I click on explore page gets rendered, accounts page gets rendered, so on and so forth. Can I move this to the bottom somehow? Yeah, you can do that. You can take this slot thingy that I added. This slot thingy represents similar to children in layouts in Next.js. I repeat, this is whenever you learn Next.js, slot is similar to children in Next.js. So if I put slot over here, it means बाकी का जो code है, the real code of the page gets rendered over here. But if I take this slot to the top, what do you think happens? First, the page content gets rendered. Then all the three tabs get rendered. Can I somehow do something like this? Let's say view style equal to height. Let's say, whatever, 90%. Then do I sort of have a bottom bar where I can, go through the three pages? And this is my main application. Is this what we wanted? What did we want? We wanted a bottom bar through which we can navigate through three pages. Is that what we have? We have a bottom bar through which we can navigate through 3 pages. Of course, it's very ugly right now. I'll show you how you can clean it up. But hopefully step 1 is clear. Okay. How do you create various pages in a single application? How do you have a bottom bar? How did we do it? Created a layout.tsx. This means कि ये तो सब में ही आएगा. This layout.tsx will get rendered in every page that we have. And more specifically, if we had just these 3 pages, then this was perfect code we could have written. Unfortunately, we have some pages, for example, the licenses page, where we don't want the bottom bar. The root layout.tsx that we have will get rendered on every page. Every page will get this bottom bar. But we want only 3 pages to have this bottom bar, 1, 2, and 3. We don't want, for example, this accounts page to have a bottom bar, which is why this code is correct if we had an application that only had 1, 2, and 3 pages. But since our application has more than 3 pages, we will have to change things a little bit. We will see what that changes very soon. But try to code until this point. This is probably another checkpoint. Very basic navigation without using any external, library yet that will, make our bottom bar really pretty. We were able to do navigation. We can navigate from one page to another. Let's move to next step and, make the bottom bar a little bit cleaner to look at. All right, let's understand tabs in the Expo router, which will, make our lives a little bit easier and make our UI a little less ugly and, much more native as it should be. Tabs are a common way to navigate between different sections of an application. That is exactly what we want. We want to navigate from one section to another. Expo router provides a tabs layout to help you create a tab bar at the bottom of your application. Is this what we want? We want a tab bar at the bottom of our application. We want something like this. So we can just use tabs which are exported from the Expo router. This thing right here. If you look at this code, it imports tabs from Expo router. It says I want to create some tabs with, this being the color on the tab, blue more specifically. And this is the first screen I want over there. This is the second screen I want over there. We want 3 screens. So we will add 3 such sections. The first screen ka name ye hai. You will find its code in index.tsx. And these are the options. The title I want to give it is home. And the icon that I want to give it is this icon that comes from Font Awesome, which is, another library that gives you icons. So this much code is enough to create a bottom bar that looks something like this, which is a slightly better looking bottom bar compared to what we had created. So let me we can copy the code. We can write it ourselves. Either is fine. Let me copy the code and paste it. Question is where? Should I paste this in any of these files, my actual pages, or should I paste this in layout.tsx? I want the bottom bar to be present in every page. And hence, where will I paste this? I will paste this inside, layout.tsx. Refresh the page. And notice, what the fuck happened here? Notice things got messed up a little. Number 1, so, we have a top, header over here. Then we have our page. And then we have some weird looking tabs over here. We have 4 of them. We only need the home tab and we need 3 of them. So let's replace them. We have index.tsx file, which was the for you page. So the name is going to be for you. And let's let the icon be what it is, which is this font awesome icon. And then we have the second screen, which is going to be, let's say, the accounts or account.tsx file, whose title is going to be account. And let's let the font remain to what it was. So, the icon remain to what it was. So we have tab number 1 that takes you to the for you page. Tab number 2 that takes you to the account page. Tab number 1, for you page. Tab number 2, accounts page. Question is, what is this bracket open tabs? And what is this explore button over here? We had a explore.tsx over here. That is probably what this explore is. But what is this tabs thingy? I think when I deleted things, I forgot to delete the tabs folder, which is why we see tabs. cd app rm-r. Don't have the tabs component. Let's try that one more time. npm run iOS. Refresh the page. Yeah, there you go. I had not restarted the application. I deleted tabs in the middle. So I was seeing the fourth tab over here because we had a tabs folder in here, which we'll come to what that is. Let's not worry about that. I have 3 files over here. Notice they come by default only. I only wrote 2 screens over here. Notice the third one also comes over here. Why? Because we have file-based routing. It knows we have 3 pages to go to. It automatically renders the third page as well. But we want to make sure that the third page has a specific name. Specifically, it points to which file over here? It points to explore.tsx, and hence the third screen I'm going to name explore. The title is going to be capital Explore. And if I want, I can change the font. For now, let me keep it to the settings icon only. So now do I have 3 tabs? Can I switch between all 3 of the pages? I see an ugly header over here. But have I figured out bottom navigation? Yes, 𝗟𝗲𝗃𝗀𝗃. What did I do? Updated layout.tsx to have, number 1, this tabs component, which wraps the 3 of my screens, screen number 1, screen number 2, screen number 3. This name represents where is this screen? Is it in index.tsx? Is it in accounts.tsx? Is it in explore.tsx? That is what the name represents. And these options are what should the title be? For you is what appears over here. And this icon represents what is the icon that you want to render over here. This color represents what color should appear when you select a specific thing. Styles are messed up. We'll make them better. But do we understand bottom bar and how we added it? One more thing we should do is remove the header, which screen options, header. How can you hide the header here? Let's go to the official docs and search for header shown false. This is what we need. Header shown, there you go, false. So if I now look at it, we have a nice application, 3 tabs. I can go through these 3 tabs. The rendering is happening a little weird. So in all 3 of my pages, accounts.tsx, I can wrap this inside safe area view. So that now if I go to the accounts tab, you will see it gets rendered inside safe area. Same thing I should do for the explore view. And same thing I should do for the index page as well. Straightforward. I have very nice bottom bar. We are good to go. Things are great. If our final application every page needed the bottom bar. Does every page, right now what will happen is I can introduce 10 different pages here. But since the root layout.tsx says, कि ये तीनों tabs render होंगे. And also notice, I did not have to give the slots explicitly over here. I did not have to mention explicitly where will I be rendering, the page. It automatically happens if you are using tabs from Expo router. If you're using tabs from Expo router, you don't have to explicitly give where I want to render the children. If you're using tabs, this is the bottom tab and it appears at the bottom of the screen. You can navigate through them. The page appears on the top. Have we been able to create something close to what we see over here? Tab number 1 over here, tab number 1 over here, tab number 2 in both the places, tab number 3 in both the places. Of course, the contents need to change, but that's thankfully easy to code. What is the problem? Why is navigation not complete? Because if you remember the README, we have sort of done part 1 here. We have bottom bars. But the way we have written the code right now, what will happen is, since this root pe jo layout.tsx hai, this basically means every page that you define in the future also, which could be, let's say, this accounts page, this will also have the bottom bar. Unfortunately, every page that you define now has to go through this layout, which has the bottom bar present. So if we want to restrict this bottom bar only to these 3 pages, only these 3 pages should have the bottom bar. Other future pages that we introduce, for example, this accounts page should not have this bottom bar. How can you do that? Here, I will introduce something new, which again is inspired from the Next.js world. So if you came from Next.js, you should understand this fairly quickly. I will define a new folder here, which I can name anything. I'm going to name it tabs just for consistency, but you can name it whatever you want. If you want, you can name it, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗀𝗀 also, but I'm going to name it tabs and move all of my layout and the 3 pages over here. What did I do? I moved all my 3 pages and my underscore layout file over here. Notice nothing changed at all. I still have, normal application. I can navigate through all 3 of these tabs. I see those 3 tabs over here. But now, if I introduce a 4th page in the root folder, if I introduce what was this page called? Account. Let's call it account info, something like that, .tsx. If I introduce a new account info page where I do nothing, export default function account info, and I simply say view text account info, something like this. I introduced a 4th page now. Page number 1, for you page. Page number 2, accounts page. Page number 3, explore page. What happened in our page number 3 in the panels app that we're creating? When I clicked on the accounts button, it navigated me to a different page without the bottom bar. There is no bottom bar here. That is what I'm trying to recreate. Okay, how can in my 3rd tab, in my explore tab right here, I introduce a button or, to keep it simple, I introduce a link. Account information, which points to where, which takes me to which route? It takes me to the account info route. What I want to do is, first tab, fine. Second tab, fine. 3rd tab now has this button. Doesn't look like a button right now, but sort of is a button. If I click on this button, I go to the account info page. I go to this page right here. There is no back button, still sort of, ugly. But have I been able to do, if you go to the README, point number 4, I'm on the original page. I go to the 3rd tab. I click on account information. It opens a new page for me. And this new page, I can show all the information. This new page doesn't have the bottom bar. Why? Because the root layout.tsx no longer exists. Root का कोई layout नहीं है. यहाँ पे जितने भी pages होंगे, account info, if I introduce another page here in the future, that does not have a layout. Anything grouped inside these pages, accounts, explore, index, they do have this layout attached to them. Anything outside does not. So if you have a group of pages that need to have a specific layout, for example, in our case, we know these 3 pages need to have this layout where the bottom bar is there. So you group them together. Account, explore, and index are grouped together in a single page or in a single, group. To all 3 of them, this layout is applied. To everything outside, right now account info has no layout. But if I want, I can add a layout over here. I can add underscore layout.tsx, which let's say, root layout returns a view with, let's say, a header, for example, another view which has style equal to background color black, and let's say has some text inside which says go back, and then we render the slot after that, which means the real page renders after that. Let me refresh. Root. Here comes another problem. Yeah, you can't do that. I will have to create another group basically. This layout gets applied to everything here also. So layouts are recursive. Basically, whatever layout I've written over here gets applied to account info for sure. That is fine. Let me go. Everything got hidden above. But it applies to account info. It applies to everything here also. So all of these guys also get this view on the top. So to get rid of that, I will create another subgroup called, other tabs, let's say, or let's say no bottom bar tabs. And here I will take layout.tsx and accountinfo.tsx, so that this layout applies to account info. This layout applies to these three files. So these three screens get this layout. This screen gets this layout. Now, if I go to the third page, click on account info, notice there is a top bar, which, has a go back button over here. Clicking on it doesn't do anything right now, but do we understand what I've done over here? I've tried to complete point number 4. And in the process, we have tried to learn about groups in React Native. Here, there is a tabs group. There is a no bottom bar group. Ye layout applies to all 3 of these pages. This layout applies to all this account info page. Which page gets rendered by default? When you go to a website, when I go to app.headexfs.com, where do I go first? I go to the root layout. I go to the index page. And similarly, these groups mean nothing. They don't have any impact on the route. Iska route is still /account info. Iska route is still /account /explore, and this is /. Index is the same as the /route, which is the first one that gets rendered. The for you page is the first thing that gets rendered, irrespective of it being inside a group. Doesn't matter, it's inside a group. It is still the index page of our application. It is still what gets handled at the / endpoint. This is what gets handled at the explore endpoint. This is why if I go to the explore tab, notice I have not written /no bottom bar /account info over here. Even though it might feel like it is present on /no bottom bar /account info.tsx. Since we have curly braces or whatever round braces, I don't have to write this over here. But if inside this curly braces folder, I had another folder called, ACC, let's say, and account info.tsx existed over here, then I would have had to write /acc/account info. These routes make sense if you don't have, round braces around. If you have these round braces, then, it creates no impact in the final route of the page. The final route of the page remains the same if, the folder that you've put it in does not have round braces. If it does, then, or if it doesn't, then whatever is the folder over here is what is the route over here. This page is now present on /acc/account info. So if this was a website, it would be present on app.headexfs.com /acc/account info. Something like this. Very similar to what happens in Next.js. If I show you this code again, if you go to app, you will find a group over here called marketing. And the layout.tsx only applies to everything inside. Policy / TNC and refunds and so on and so forth. Basically, if you look at 100xsteps.com and go to terms and conditions and privacy policy, and the third one, all 3 of them need to have this at the bottom. So we have the layout for this group of pages. Similarly, here also we have, remove this back, delete this folder. Here also, I have this layout applied to these 3 pages, this layout applied to this page. This page is present on /account info, this page is present on /account /explore, and this is the index page. Do we understand how we've been able to do bottom navigation? And from the last page, I'm also able to push another page on the stack like this. Go back button does nothing right now. We'll clean this up very soon. But that's step 2, which is, or more specifically step 4 over here, a stack push in the third tab. In the third tab over here, I was able to push something on the stack. Step 1 is done. Step 2 is done. Now comes this part, which is, the next complicated bit. Okay, in our very first tab, I have a bottom bar. I also need 3 tabs on the top. If you remember our original application, in our original application, the first page, there are 3 tabs at the bottom. There are 3 tabs at the top here: suggested, liked, and library. So what is the next thing we have to do? Step 2 over here, which is top tabs in the first tab. The first tab itself will have 3 tabs inside that we need to navigate the user to and from. So let's do that next. All right, in this section, we'll try to create top tabs ourselves. Again, it's a bad idea to do it yourself, but we're just trying to understand things from first principles. So the For You page, which looks something like this, the first page right here. Maybe we want 𝗟𝗲𝗃𝗀𝗃, whatever text is there is fine, but there are 3 pages here. So we need, again, what we can do is create 3 link tabs, 2 equal to, let's say, page 1. And the first one has, let's say, page 1, and then slash page 2, which takes you to page 2, and then slash page 3, which takes you through the 3rd page. I have, 3 top bars here somehow, or, a top bar at the top of our page, and I need to navigate from page 1 to page 2 to page 3. Right now, all 3 of these don't exist. So let me quickly add a page 1, or what's the right name for these? Let's see. It will be suggested, liked, and library. I'm just looking at the final app that we're supposed to create. This one right here. The 3 tabs are called suggested, liked, and library. So let me quickly try to create them. I'm going to call this suggested.tsx. liked.tsx and then library.tsx. And again, I'm going to export, default functions from here. So nothing too out of the ordinary. Export function, default function, library, which returns a view which has text inside that says library. And the same thing for liked. Same thing for suggested. Let me go back to our tabs slash index.tsx and replace this with liked, suggested, and library. Now if I click on page 1, still says unmatched route. Or let me just actually name these correctly as well. Liked, suggested, library. If I click on liked, it says unmatched route. If I click on suggested, it says unmatched route still. Because, wait for it. There you go. I just had to restart the application because I created fresh files over here. So I sort of have a tab, top bar over here. What we actually need is a navigator inside a navigator. We have one navigator that lets us navigate through various pages. And inside this page, we need another navigator. We need what's called nested navigators over here. If I show you the official docs, Expo, right after the tabs doc that we looked at a while back, there is this nesting navigator routes that pretty much, tells you how you can have a navigator inside a navigator. It will basically involve adding another layout.tsx. I have a gut feeling that these guys like Expo navigation doesn't yet support top bars. The reason I have this gut feeling is because if I looked at their package.json, I don't see a package over here that is needed for top bars. Top bars are very different from bottom bars. Let me show you. If you look at the bottom bar over here, if I click on the second one, I can't swipe left and right. I'm trying it, but it only goes up and down. If I go to the third one, I can't swipe left and reach the explore page. I can't swipe right and reach the accounts page. But if I go to the For You page, I can swipe right and reach the liked subpage, the library subpage. So swiping is something you want in a top bar, but not in a bottom bar. So they're significantly different. And the underlying library that we are using, I kept on saying, Okay, we're using an underlying library called React Navigation. The React Navigation library exports something called Material Top Tabs Navigator, which is what we need over here, something like this. It separately exports bottom bars, material bottom bars. Bottom bars look something like this, very similar to what we've used until now. Material bottom bars are slightly prettier version of it. And then material top bars is a separate package that doesn't come bundled with React Navigation. And I don't find that in package.json, which is why I'm almost sure I could be wrong. Let me know in the comments. Kids, we cannot do top and bottom navigation at the same time by using nesting navigators in Expo. We cannot use the Expo router to do both bottom and top navigation. I could be wrong. Probably I'm wrong, so let me know. But the way we are going to proceed is we are going to use this material top tabs navigator to create this top tabs, which as I said, are slightly different from the bottom tabs. You can swipe left and right, and these are just texts. The bottom bars are usually text as well as an icon. So this is the next step for us. Okay, we have to introduce this dependency, and rather than creating it ourselves, just like I did over here, a very weird looking top bar, we will need to bring in another dependency, another library, which is just another sister library of React Navigation, which we already have. We already have React Navigation. If I open package.json, you will see React Navigation /native over here. What we want to add on top is this other sub library or sister library called @React Navigation /material top tabs. So the next step is going to be us using this library to create the top tabs of the first page. Let's add the material top tabs navigator to our project. Step 1 is going to be npm install @React Navigation /material top tabs and React Native tab view. Let me open Visual Studio Code, go to my terminal over here and paste it. Wait for it to succeed, might take some time. Oh, there you go, wasn't too bad. And then I need to, one more thing you have to do if you're using Expo is npx expo install React Native pager view. These are the two sort of commands you have to run to be able to make this run locally. We might actually have React Native pager view using Expo, I don't know, but let's just run both the commands. Now, if I go to the very basic API over here, let's try to copy it and understand what they're doing over here. Let me go to let's go to app/index, whatever, tabs/index tab. And rather than creating our own top bars, let's just replace, yeah, we can do that. Export default function, let's call it whatever, for you page or index page, where we're using this create material top tab navigator function. What does this function do? It returns you a tab, and on this tab you can call tab.navigator to wrap your various screens that you have below. Now these screens are not using file-based routing. This is why I said I'm unsure if this works directly with the React the Expo router, and I'm using the native way to do navigation now, or not the native way, but the React router way, or whatever, this React Navigation way, which is very similar to how you might have done routing in plain React. If you've ever created websites, then you have a routes top bar component which wraps various routes. Similarly, here we have a tab.navigator component which wraps two of our screens over here, the home screen, which is this component, settings screen, which is this component. Now if I open the emulator on the right, and if we try to rerun the application, let's see what happens. This looks wrong. This needs to be React Native. Has our life been sorted? Do we see two top bars at the top? Yes, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗀𝗃. Does this one say hello from home screen? Does it render the home screen component? Yes, it does, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗃. Does the second one render the other thing, which is the settings screen right here? Yes, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗃 does. Can I swipe from left to right? I can. Can I do that on these tabs? I cannot. I cannot swipe from left to right on the bottom tabs, but on the top tabs I can. How many tabs do we need? How many tabs does this application have? This application has 3 tabs at the top. So what am I going to do next? I'm going to introduce the 3 tabs directly over here. I'm going to say tab 1, tab 2, and tab 3. And of course, I'm going to name them correctly. They were named, let's see, library liked and suggested. So library and we'll make them, render certain components. That's fine. That's easy. Have we been able to do step? Where is the readme? Step 2. Do we have a top bar in the first component that takes us to 3 of these, components? We do. Do we have a second one? Yes, we do. Do we have a third one? Yes, we do. On the third one, can I click on account information and takes me to another tab? Yes, it does. Go back doesn't work right now. That is one small detail we have to still discuss. How does that work? But other than that, are we good to go? Looks good, 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗃. Decentish. Can I say bottom bars are done? Bottom tabs are done. Can I say top tabs in the first tab are done? Yes, they're done. Can I say a stack push on the third tab is done? Yes. What is left? Bottom sheet in the second tab. What was happening in the second tab? In the second tab, or even in the first tab actually, whenever I click on a photo, it pops up like this. Even in the first tab it happens. Even in the second tab it happens. When I click on it, it pops up. When this opens another page, but the free ones open a bottom sheet like this. This is another thing we need to know of. This isn't really a fresh page. We aren't really, changing the complete screen. We are pulling up what's called a bottom sheet that, you can swipe down if need be, and, just shows you the image, lets you download the image. So the next step is going to be introducing a bottom sheet in React Native, which again, thankfully there's a library for. And once that is done, then navigation is sorted. What is left is just building the application and the individual components. So let's quickly finish the bottom sheet. Oh, well, there's one more thing left after that. Then we will start coding the main application logic. There's one small thing that is left after we do bottom sheet, but let's do the easy bit first. Let's finish the bottom sheet next. All right, next up, we need to basically make the user click on something that opens a bottom sheet, very similar to how it happens in the application, what happens in the app. If I click on this, a bottom sheet pops up. If I close it, it goes away. And thankfully, there's another popular project called React Native Bottom Sheet that pretty much lets you do the same thing. So step 1 is going to be us installing the bottom sheet package in our application. So let's do that. The command to run is npm or whatever, yarn add or npm install at 𝗁/bottom-sheet@5, which means, version 5 of it. And since we're using Expo, this library also requires dependencies. So we also need these dependencies. Again, some of these we might already have. Yeah, we already have React Native animated. Do we have gesture handler? We have this as well. So we already have these 2 dependencies. We just added the bottom sheet, and then since we're using Expo, we have to run npx expo install. Oh, well, we do have both of these, so we probably don't even need to do this. So all we have to do is npm install at 𝗁/bottom sheet, and we're good to go. Let's wait for it to finish, then we will proceed. Or while that is happening, let's look at the API really quickly. Go to the usage section over here, and what does it say? Okay, if you want to create a bottom sheet, number 1, you have to create a reference to it using the useRef hook. Then ignore this function for now. You can simply render the bottom sheet like this. Bottom sheet ref equal to whatever ref you created here. An on-change handler in case you need it, we will need it. And then bottom sheet view, inside which you can add, whatever code you want. In our case, it'll be the photo and, the download button. So let's just copy it and create a separate component. We press enter here, select a version. And while that is installing, in my components folder, so I'm introducing something new now. We have these folders. We also have a components folder inside which there are already some existing, components that come with the Expo boilerplate. I'm going to introduce a bottom sheet.tsx component where we're going to now, update the code a bit and start to use this bottom sheet. So I took the boilerplate code, pasted it in bottom sheet.tsx. Let me restart the application. So yarn iOS or npm run iOS, and let me export this as not app, but export const bottom sheet equal to the specific function, or bottom, let's call it download picture, because that's the final component. This bottom sheet just lets the user download a picture. Copy this, and yeah, let's let the contents be for now. Eventually we'll see how we change the contents and make the bottom sheet better, or more usable. When do we want the bottom sheet to appear? Whenever the user is on the, let's say, second tab and they click on a photo. So let's go to the second tab, accounts page, that's present in app/tabs/accounts.tsx. And here, let me introduce a button. Open bottom sheet. And when you click on the button, I want, let's say, I have a state variable const picture open, set picture open equal to an empty use state, or a false use state, and then set it to true. And then finally, if picture open is true, then we're going to render, what are we rendering? The download picture component. And whenever the bottom sheet closes, so one thing we need to do is, whenever the, well, let's get there when we get there. Let's keep things simple for now. What have I done? I've added a button over here in the accounts page, the second tab. Property app does not exist. I've been exporting app from bottom sheet. Let me remove that. Go back here. If I go to the accounts page, I see a open bottom sheet button. When I click on it, I see a very big error. It says gesture detector must be used as a descendant of gesture root handler. Gesture handler root view. Seems like there is a context that we should add. Do they have something mentioned here? Gesture handler. So it uses something else called the gesture handler, which apparently needs to be wrapped inside some component. Basically, we probably need to wrap our application inside this gesture handler root view thingy. So if I go to, I can go to the root layout.tsx. Do we have a root layout.tsx? We don't. So yeah, I can do one of two things here. The more elegant thing to do is introduce a layout.tsx in the root folder, and here export default function, whatever, let's say layout, which wraps whatever we are writing, or whatever, every page is wrapped inside the gesture handler root view slot over here. Something like this. What would this do? It's basically wrapping our application inside this context, which is exactly what the error said. If you remember the error, let me go back here. Yeah, it sort of works now. But if I don't have this, what was the error? Let's say I don't wrap my application inside this gesture handler view. The error was gesture detector must be used as a descendant of the gesture handler root view. So this gesture handler root view should wrap your application, or at least the components that use the gesture handler, which in our case one of them does. So this is enough for wrapping your application inside the gesture handler root view is good enough for you to use the bottom sheet. The bottom sheet sort of opens. It's still a little weird. It's open over here, and not from the bottom of the page. So that is easily fixable. For that we need to know a little bit of CSS or whatever styling in React Native. So let me introduce that so that it does what it's supposed to do. We basically want this safe area view, or let's create a view inside it to take up the full height, basically something like this. Style equal to flex1. So this flex is a little different than the flex you might have seen in web applications. Flex1 basically means take up the whole height of the window. So now if I go click on account, I need to add flex1 here as well to the parent. Yeah, there you go. So what I've done over here is when you add flex1 over here, and let's say, let me give it a background color red. Then notice the whole window is red, and if I give this guy a background color of green, notice the full height is now green, just as much as red. So basically means if you want something to take up the full height, add flex:1 to that specific element. If I don't add it to the parent, then the parent is not taking the full height and hence the child won't either. So add flex1 to the parent on top and to this guy right here. And now if you see, click on open bottom sheet, bottom sheet sort of opens up. It doesn't look very pretty, and doesn't take up the full height. So let's fix that. How did you do that? How do you add breakpoints here? Let's see. We basically need the bottom sheet to take like 90% of the height, right? That's easily doable. I just don't remember the prop for it. Yeah, there you go. Snap points. So snap points equal to it's an array, which in our case is just going to be, let's say, 95%. It basically means the snap point, the point at which the bottom sheet is allowed to snap, is just one which is 90% of the height. Let's say 95% of the height, or even if I make it 99% of the height, I think it will be good enough. Something like this. And the one thing that is not happening is it closing 99% and how do you close? Enable pan down to close. There you go. So another prop to add is enable pan down to close or enable pan down to close to true. Now if I hover it down, it sort of goes away. And if I click on open now it won't come up. Let me fix that. Let me also get rid of the gray color over here. It makes the whole component look a little weird. Get rid of the padding as well. There you go. Open bottom sheet, opens up. If you want, you can close it. So this is good. We sort of have been able to open a bottom sheet. The only problem is it only opens once. If I open it again, it sort of doesn't open. If I click on it once, it opens up. If I close it, it closes, it doesn't open up again. I'm hoping React people are able to understand why this is happening. The reason this is happening is because, if picture open is set to true, which will happen when I click on this, then, the thing opens. Then when I close it, picture open is still set to true. And, the component has gone down and, is still rendered on the screen, but is in the closed state. So clicking on this will change nothing. Picture open will still be true. Ye true hi rahega. Picture open is set to false initially. If I go over here and click on it, picture open becomes true, the thing opens. Now when I close this, picture open still remains true. Download picture is still rendered. It's just a closed bottom bar right now. So what we should do is whenever this guy closes, basically pass in on close as a prop. And whenever, the bottom sheet on close, I should just call on close over here. And here I will pass here when the bottom sheet did close, then set picture open to false. That's probably a better way to do it. Like have some controlled component where I can just pass in a prop. If you did not understand this, it's fine. Basically, I think there's a better way to do this as well. What I'm doing is, unrendering whenever it closes and re-rendering whenever it opens. That is also fine. But, there's probably a cleaner way to do it. All right. One more thing I need to do is hide this notch because the same thing happens here. I think if I open the mobile app, the reason I remember this is because, I was trying to figure out if this is a bottom sheet or if this is a model. It's like very hard for me to tell. So this is a bottom sheet, but as you can see, it doesn't have a notch at the top. So I need to get rid of the notch that you see over here as well. The notch is basically this thing that you see right here, the black thingy. The question is, how can you do that? Disable notch in React. What is it called again? Native bottom sheet. Native bottom sheet. Let's see. Bottom sheet model handle. Yeah. So it's pretty much saying, okay, there is this prop called bottom sheet model. There's this prop called handle indicator style, inside which I can add height 0. That should probably hide the handle indicator. Let's see if that happens or not. Oh, there you go. It is hidden. I can open it. I can close it. That looks pretty good. Does that mean we've been able to do everything? Almost. We're very close. We have been able to add the bottom sheet. I have the first tab in which I have top tabs. I have the second tab, which lets me open a bottom sheet. I have the third tab where I can go inside another, push another thing on the stack. But this is a little ugly, right? Step 1 is, I wouldn't call ugly. It's done, good to go. Step 2, done, good to go. Step 3 is also done and good to go. The fourth one is a little ugly. And we've deferred this to the end because, this will now involve changing the structure of our application a little bit and introducing a stack navigator as well. Yes, I repeat, we're going to add another navigator to our code base. We right now have 2 navigators, one that lets you navigate between these top tabs, and then one bottom navigator that lets you navigate between these bottom tabs. But we need another type of navigator, not a bottom bar navigator, not a top tabs navigator. We need a stack navigator, because when you're on this page, you want to push something on the stack and then you want to go back to the original page from the stack. This go back functionality isn't implemented right now. From here, you might have to go to another page. You might have to keep pushing to, one page to another page to another page. That's exactly what happens in, almost every website that you might have gone to. Let me open, mobile app. Let me show you an app other than the one that we've been dealing with. For example, if I open Instagram, you see this page. I click on this guy, then I can open this guy's page. That's, one thing pushed on the stack. There is a back icon right here. I can go back. I can go back again. So that was push number 1, and then push number 2, and then push number 3, and then it's the same page, so it popped back. But let's say open the comment section, then push number 4, and then I can go back, go back, go back, go back. So as you can see, this is exactly what a stack is. I'm going, I'm pushing more and more elements on a stack and then popping them off. And this is not the right way to do it. The way we have done it is like fairly half-baked way to do it. So the thing that we have to do, probably a fifth point, is going to be a better stack navigator, because our application, even though most of the pages or most of the time that the user is spending is going to be, in a place where there is a bottom bar, there might be some pages where there is no bottom bar. There is no need of a bottom bar. It's a fresh page that they need. So we need to allow pushing to a new navigator where, you can push new pages. So basically all of the pages that you see over here, page 1, page 2, page 3, should be sort of one group of pages you have. And then another group of pages that you're going to have is going to be pages that don't have the bottom bar. For that, you need a stack navigator. Let's introduce it and try to understand what is a stack navigator, why do you need it, and specifically in this case, why am I saying it? This is one group of pages that we push to the stack, because as I navigate between them, I'm not pushing something to the stack. It's still the same page. I'm replacing the page on the stack. Versus when I click on the account information page, then I want to push something to the stack. I want the go back button to take me back a page. So this is where you need a stack navigator. That's what we're going to introduce next. All right, one call out before we proceed. We could have probably used drawers in Expo and probably did not need the bottom sheet that that the external dependency that we added. I think drawers would do the same thing. All right, with that, learn more about the built-in layouts that includes the stack navigation, something we're going to introduce, and the tab navigation that we have already introduced. So we already have tab navigation in our code base. What we're going to introduce next is the stack navigation. A stack navigator is the foundational way of navigating between routes in an app. On Android, a stacked route animates on top of the current screen. On iOS, the stacked routes animates from the right. This is, how it happens on both of these platforms. If you ever go from one, page to another, on iOS, for example, it, animates from the right, it comes to the left. Expo router provides a stack navigator component that creates a navigation stack and allows you to add new routes to your application. Hopefully it's clear what a navigation stack is. You're on page 1, then you get navigated to page 2. That's, pushed on the stack, then page 3, so on and so forth. This is how you can implement a stack navigator. It's as simple as that. There are some changes that we will need. But high level, if you have, if you just add this in a top level layout.tsx, you're good to go. We might have to change, of course, some things here in the screen options. We probably don't need these. We don't need to create our own, define our own screens, because Expo router has the file-based routing. So I think this is good enough, basically. Let's see. Let's go to the root layout.tsx. Let me open, there you go. So root layout.tsx, this one right here, which already had a gesture root view inside this. Right now I had a slot here. This is where I have to render everything. But now I'm going to replace this with stack, which comes from Expo router. Again, if you use stack from Expo router, you don't have to explicitly define the other thing, which was slot anymore. If you're using either stack from the Expo router, or if you're using tabs from the Expo router, then you don't explicitly have to give where the final page needs to render. Given this, did our application change at all? Let's see. Application looks fairly similar. Nothing changed since the last time we added or tested the application. So the next step is, one thing changed. Firstly, one thing changed over here. Can you see there's a header over here? We probably need to hide the header. So can we do stack whatever that prop is? Let's see that really quickly. Screen options. Screen options. Hide header. Header hidden. Show header or header shown. There you go. Header shown false. As you can see, application looks exactly the same now. We have the accounts page, for you page, and the explore page. The bottom sheet also opens up. The reason we had to introduce the stack navigator was because in the explore page, when you click on the account information, what were we doing? If I go to the explore page and look at this specific, account information tab, what did we do? We said whenever the user clicks on the account information button, this text right here, whenever the user clicks on it, we push the account info page on the stack. Notice, where is the account info page coming from? It's coming from the right. Isn't that what we just learned? Okay, whenever you're pushing on the stack on iPhones, the stack gets pushed up from the right side. So we're able to push things on the stack. Question is, how will we go back a page? How can we get a native header over here that will let the user go back? And the answer is, if I go back to our root layout.tsx, here by default I've set header shown as false. If I set that to true, then our life would be super easy. Can you see very nice native top bar over here? I don't have to worry about, if I click on this, I see a back button, I can go back. I don't have to create it myself. This go back ugly button that I created myself, I shouldn't create it because there's a native button already available here. There's a native header that is available. Of course, you can style it as well as you want. If you want, you can create a custom thing as well. But if you're using a stack navigator, throughout you can use the back button that is present over here. You don't have to create your custom implementation of going back. So if I go to no bottom bar slash layout.tsx. This is where I introduce the go back button. Let me first get rid of this. I don't need this go back button anymore. So I'm going to remove layout.tsx. If I go to the account information page now, this is my account information page. If I want, I can go back to my original page from here. So everything looks sorted. The only problem is now I see headers on every page. I don't want to see headers here. I only want to see the header on the account information page. When I go back to the root pages, I don't want to see the header. Header shown should be false for these pages. This is where, if you remember, when we were reading through the code base or the docs, what did it say? It said you can just introduce this stack component like this, and that is good enough. That is exactly what we did. We just had a stack component rendered over here with a screen option set to header shown false. But it also said, as an alternate to the stack.screen component, you can use, this isn't the right one, this one. You can use the stack.screen name equal to route name component in the layout component route to statically configure a route's options. What do we want? कि यार एक single route जो है वहाँ पे header is true. We want कि a single route, more specifically, the route that is named account info should have header shown set to true. This is sort of what we need. So this is, why you might want to complicate your stack, stack and stack screens a little bit. This is how you would have to write your code usually when you would be using just the React navigation library and not using Expo router. If you were just using React navigation, you would be writing a bunch of code that looks like this. You would be defining all of your pages over here. Since we are using file-based routing, all of these sort of get added automatically. But if you want to configure options separately for a single route, then this is how you can do it. Now if I go back here, refresh, you see there are no headers for these pages, but it also says no route named account info because there is actually no route named account info here. The route is present in no bottom bar. So the thing to introduce over here is going to be something like this. No bottom bar. This basically means all the components or all the screens that exists inside no bottom bar, this guy right here, will have header shown set to true. Still says the same thing. No route named no bottom bar because it is not no bottom bar, it's no bottom bar slash account info. Now if I refresh the page, no warnings right now. If I go to the explore page, click on account information, I see the account info page. If I click on back, it goes back. What is the problem? The name at the top is really bad. So thankfully you can replace that as well. Call it header title and let's call it account info and header back text title. Header back title will be, let's say, go back, something like this. And now you have a fairly decent navigation stack. We pretty much have everything we needed now. To recap, what did I do? In my root layout.tsx, I introduced a stack navigator. Where does this come from? It comes from Expo router. And I did not have to do much after this. The only reason I had to introduce the router over here was because, even this line of code right here was because I want to optionally render the top bar. For all of these pages, I don't want a top bar rendered. Bottom sheet though isn't even part of the navigation stack, so it doesn't really matter. But the explore/account information page though, I want the top bar to be present. I want the user to be able to go back, which is why I added, stack over here. What is the alternate? The alternate is, you can have your custom implementation of this header, just like we did a while back. Cool. That actually completes navigation. So now if I go to readme.md, I've been able to add bottom tabs. This is what they look like. I've been able to add top tabs in the first tab. This is what they look like. I've been able to add a bottom sheet in the second tab. This is what it looks like. I've been able to add a stack push in the third tab. If I go to the third tab, I can push onto the stack and it uses a better stack navigator. It pretty much does the same thing. I just, formalized it in this file and used the native header rather than writing my own header. That's what we did in this step. Go back, takes me back to the original page. Does that mean we are very close to the application that we want to build? Sort of. I mean, it looks very ugly right now. But if you look at it, is the navigation sorted? Let's compare them, side by side. First page right here has 3 tabs on the top, and we have 3 tabs on the top right here. So that's great. The second page opens up a bottom sheet. Ours also opens up a bottom sheet. You can close them. The third page can push onto the stack. Ours can also push onto the stack. I can go back from here. I can go back from here. So that's pretty much it. That's how you do navigation. Now comes the real challenging bit, making the application pretty, just copying over the styles. And implementing, for example, there are 2-3 functionalities that will be a little hard to implement. For example, toggling the themes, all that's still simple. But downloading a file, this is a wallpaper app. You need to see all the wallpapers. You should be able to download them. So, functionality like these. Let's get into that section next. First, let's create a pretty version of this application, which is just going to be a lot of, hard work, and like we call 𝗥𝗲𝗳𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 in Hindi, basically means, a bunch of just copying over CSS or whatever. Not CSS in this case, but, bunch of styles to make it look as pretty or, close to the application that we're building. And then once that is done, then hopefully our life is much easier, and we just implement the last set of features. Cool. I think the next part is not going to be I'm not going to explain much. I will just be coding the whole thing, trying to copy the styles, and may or may not fast forward it. Probably not fast forward it. I'll keep the pace normal, but I won't be explaining everything I'm doing. It's just basic styling that I'm adding, and trying to create all of these components. For example, one of the components we are supposed to build, or one of the most important components here is going to be this cloth trial card thingy, or image card, or wallpaper card. And then this one right here that has the wallpaper on the top button to get the specific wallpaper downloaded. That's going to be one component. This sort of parallax view thingy, on the top, as you can see, there's a carousel over here. So all of these are going to be the hard bits. This is probably something I should explain, is how you add the carousel and how the parallax view here is implemented. If I scroll up a bit, can you see the scroll speed of the top image is not as high as the scroll speed of the bottom image? Things like these. So yeah, let's code that next. Let's actually do all the difficult bits of React Native, which is copying over styles. Alrighty, folks, coming to probably the last section. Is going to be me coding the whole app. The navigation is sorted. I just need to bring in all the components one by one. Probably be fairly silent throughout and code the whole thing. If I think something is worth explaining, I will, but it's mostly just writing a bunch of CSS, and I'm also very sleepy. So I'm going to try my best to, sprint through this, and then we go from there. All right, I'm going to kick things off with the, first of all, the pages are totally messed up. So let's see. Over here, for you explore an account, So what I've done right now is I've just made the center one the default page, which is the explore page, and then for you on the left, account on the right. Let's start by coding the explore page. It needs, let me show you, it needs an image at the top, or more specifically a carousel at the top. We'll see if we reach there. But at the very least, it needs an image on the top. This is what it looks like. And as I scroll up, as you can see, there's a parallax scroll, and then I can open an image, and that should open the sheet. Then we'll code the sheet. So let's just focus on this one first. Alrighty. So thankfully, amongst the many components that we get by default, there's this component called parallax scroll view, which pretty much does something very similar to what we need. It takes a header image as an input and children as an input. And this header image is the thing that will come on the top and will be parallax scrolled through, and finally you'll have whatever contents are mentioned over here at the bottom. So I'll take you through the code as well. It's fairly simple, not fairly simple to understand, but like not too difficult. Parallax scroll view whose children have, let's say, just some text right now, whatever. Explore page, right? So let me just take this, paste it here. And this should come from, it's exported by default. So import, there we go. Oh, it's already there. And this needs to take an image or header image, which is the 𝗥𝗲𝗵𝗹𝗀𝗀 picture on the main thingy. Oh, sorry, showing the wrong screen. But I'm going to generate a few wallpapers from ideogram. I already see a few good ones. So let me just, yoink them over, copy image address, paste it over here. This looks like a wallpaper, it's a little too long. Copy image address. Okay, these two are good enough. And the topper image is square is, I guess, fine. So this should be good. Copy image address. And header image is now going to be this thing right here. But of course it isn't this, but image source equal to this thing. You probably need to make sure we're following the theme, but let me just finish this and then we'll go from there. Let's open the simulator, refresh the page, and we see nothing over here. I see the explore page, I see the header above, but the image does not render. Oh yeah, I probably need to add some styles here as well. There you go. We have the image, which is sort of parallaxed as I scroll up. It'll sort of fade behind in the background. There's not a carousel yet, but that should be fairly easy to add. Let's see. Let me show you. Well, let me just finish the whole thing. The next thing I need to build is sort of a card component that will be fairly reusable. So let me quickly, I need the other keyboard. Just give me 1 second. Right, this is what it looks like right now. I need to add the cards, which sort of look like, let me show you guys as well. It looks something like this, these sort of card components. So yeah, I guess there are two types of images, vertical and horizontal. Let's just stick to one, let's say vertical photos, and create a component called image card.tsx. like an image and a text and a heart icon. So image, let me hard code the image for now. Let me just create a hook first that just exposes these images. So I'm going to go to hooks / use wallpapers.ts, export function use wallpapers, which is going to simply return an array of wallpapers for now. URL and then maybe the name of the artist or something. It's the name of the image, I guess. Name things like heritage, and then let's add another one. Something like this. This use wallpapers hook eventually will get hooked up to the backend. For now, yeah, this is good enough. I'm going to take, let me just give this a type, interface. So I'll take a wallpaper as an input, and source equal to URI wallpaper.url, and let's create a style sheet. All right, image source equal to, is it to your source equal to URI. All right, that's the image card. Let's go back to explore or index. Const wallpapers equal to use wallpapers, and then right after this I'm going to yeah, let's just do this to begin with. Zero image. Wallpapers dot map All right, sort of looks like what we want. One thing that's missing, a few things are missing. One, this is the worst way to render a list of things. We probably need a flat list or something. So let's do this. View view style equal to styles dot container start with the no, it's fine. View style equal to flex. Oh, fuck. All right, that looks decent. Some spacing in here, like padding. So one thing that you should always do is use, and whenever you feel like you have to iterate through a bunch of items and render something, use a flat list. There's another one. There's like virtualized list, flat lists. Another one I'm forgetting. But basically, this is like a really bad way of doing what we're doing here, which is iterating over an array and then rendering items one by one. What you should do is, I mean, the syntax looks fairly similar of what's being done here and what I'm doing here. But the performance benefits that you get are, much more if you use a flat list compared to, just raw renders like these. All right, flat list, copy, paste over here. All right, let's see if it looks the same. Looks the same, but yeah, there you go. Virtual list should never be inside plain scroll views with the same orientation, but it can break window. Virtual list container instead. This is, yeah, I hate this error always. Cool, let's try to debug this. Or let's just convert this into, there's a simple fix to this. Let's see. Virtualized list should never be nested inside plain scroll views. Yeah, there you go, flat list. Scroll view by using flat list to render everything I needed. Yeah, but I'm not using a scroll view. This guy is introducing it and we need this guy. Parallax scroll view, themed view, which comes from does nothing. Scroll view, animated.view. Oh, there you go. Animated.scroll view is what's causing the issue, most probably. I cannot get rid of this. Yeah. One more thing I forgot was I should use themed views. I will come back to this error. Let me finish the component. Image card needs to have a border and needs to have a subtext. Wallpaper dot name themed text. See what the component looks like here. Right, sort of on the image. So style equal to white in color. We need, yeah, I'm going to just break themes for now, which is not great. And there's a heart icon on the right. I see a heart icon, looks very bad. There you go. I wouldn't say it's white. Oh, it is white. It's just the heart icon is a little different, but I can fix that in 1 second. Let me first. What was that font in app.tsx? Whatever, index layout. Oh, I've got rid of the font. That makes sense. I'll add it back. All right, looks decentish. What's up with the border here, but no border there? This guy needs to have a border bottom left radius 20. All right. Alrighty. Cool, that's too much padding. All right, let's fill up the use wallpapers.ts file so it looks a little bit, filled the application. This is good. Copy image address. I'm gonna call this one URL and then name motivation. Let's see what AI gives us. Nothing really. Copy image address. All right, I've pre-filled a few wallpapers here. Now if I go here and refresh, the landing page looks something like this. Now the repeated wallpapers on both the sides, so let's get rid of that. Let's only take like the first half on the left, second half on the right. There we go. All right, looks decentish. I think there's too much horizontal space here. I don't think the original app has that. Yeah. That's fine, but the image container itself, the image card. Need a better font. Oh god, the search thingy looks so bad. What we want to do next is firstly fix what's up with the spacing here. what is happening here? There you go. That's a lot. There you go. Much better. Cool. That's the landing page. Surprisingly, when you click on an image, it takes you back to the For You page. If I go to the accounts page, oh, yeah, navigation is messed up like really bad. Looks decent. Accounts page takes me to the For You page. If I comment the whole thing, yeah, navigation is broken irrespective of this. Something happened. Let's debug. All right, it took me like 30 minutes. I had to restart the emulator, just close the emulator and restarted it. That seems to have fixed it. What was wrong was the navigation was super messed up. If I was clicking here, something else was opening. After a lot of hit and trial, I couldn't find anything. The way to fix it was just close the emulator and restart it. It started working. All right, back to work. Whenever you click on an item, a bottom sheet should pop up where we need to render the image and let the user download. So let's do that next. In the image card, let's add like an on-click handler or whatever, on press. And view on press equal to on press. What are the types of this on press? Don't kill me for this. Oh no, view doesn't have an on press handler. It does not exist. That is right. Well, let's wrap this inside a pressable then. I don't know if that's the best idea. Image card on press equal to, we need to open the bottom sheet. The same thing needs to happen here. So here I'm going to say, when you click on it, const selected wallpaper use state null, but it could be either null or wallpaper. And over here I'm going to set wallpaper to be item. Same thing over here. And if it is set, selected wallpaper, then you open the bottom sheet. Or whatever we call that component. What was it called? download picture. There you go. On close equal to set selected wallpaper null. All right, let's try that. Refresh. I see this. I click on this, and a pop-up does show up. A lot of things to fix there, though. Let's go back to download picture, and to kick things off, what exactly is the background color? Yeah, I need like an absolutely positioned div or something. Let's see. What happens when I do this? Yeah, you don't need this guy. There we go. And this needs to be 95%. It's good enough. All right, now this is going to take an image or like wallpaper as an input as well. And here we want to not just render a text, first render an image. Very similar to this TopBar image. Source is URL. And then we need a download button before that. What's up here? And right after this, we need a button that lets the user download that specific image. So now if I go here, select a specific image, it opens this guy where you see nothing, and that's because looks good. There's some level of padding here at the top. click on an image here. It's stacked up to the top. Takes like 40% of the height. Alrighty. Looks decent. Yeah, bottom sheet view image. Yeah. Still fine. Oh, there you go. That was fun. Cool. See if it looks closer to what we have here. Yeah, it looks pretty close. Some border at the bottom as well. And then there's the image needs to be absolutely positioned or something, or the next div. The cross icon. The cross icon, the heart icon, and the share icon, which alrighty. Don't hit this. Need a get wallpaper button, which in our case will just download the wallpaper for free. Or if you want, we can add premium support. I don't think we need that right now. Cool. So the title of the image and then this thing. Increase the height by a bit. Then have the title of the image. Themed text. wallpaper.title or whatever name. Styles.text container. Let's see what it looks like. Pretty similar. The download button needs to be a little more aesthetic, and everything else is fine. Let me just define it separately. Function download button pressable. If style background no, I could have just reused this component in a few places. I ended up not doing that. Let's just hard code this and we'll fix this eventually. All right, that looks decent. The download icon looks a little weird though. Oh boy, the For You page. Okay, so I've sort of done the visit. I've sort of done the Explore page. It's still half baked, if I'm being honest. Yeah, there's mild scope of improvement here. If you compare it to the real UI, let me actually open them side by side. So you can compare, and also like themes aren't set up correctly. So, you know, yeah, if I move to dark theme, I think everything will be messed up, but let's try to compare them side by side. This is what it looks like right now. This is the 𝗥𝗲𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀 website, and this is our website. We don't have text over here, probably need to put that. We don't have a carousel over here. Then you can go and, you know, explore your feed. Once you open a specific photo, it appears like this on their app, it appears like this on our app, and, you know, we can download it. For these guys, they ask you to look for an ad. For us, it'll just download natively into our application. What else is here? Oh, you can follow creators and everything. You probably have to sign up though. Maybe not. There's like another set of screens to create for the creators. Oh god, long way to go, my friends. Let's keep chugging along. All right, so there are a few things left to be built in this screen. Meanwhile, I'm moving on to this screen because it's just easy to implement. Number one, I just need, you know, very similar screens as this one. Over here, like this, probably very similar. Libraries also, basically all three of these screens can be fairly similar. Whenever we add the functionality to, you know, like a photo or add to library, which actually we can locally without signing up as well, like without a backend. Then we can, you know, change the images that show up here and here. For now, what I'm going to do is reuse a bunch of logic that's written in index.tsx specifically. I would say, yeah, everything from here to here probably needs to be in a component. So let me create a fresh component called split view, which will return this. And it takes wallpapers as input. Should be in a context API at the top, ideally. But this is fine as well. All right, let's see if anything changed. I just structured this specific component into a split view component so that I can reuse that over here. So if I go to library.tsx, that can also, get the wallpapers. Which we can again render split view. Am I missing? Hi there from the home screen, it says. There you go. These 3 pages probably don't make any sense, so we can get rid of them. I'm a little scared we don't have version control. Yeah, I don't think that changed anything. And what I need to do is home screen and the settings screen and the third one also, suggested screen. Right now render all the components, or like all the artwork that we have provided. Container flex one. There you go. Library, liked and suggested all sort of show the same thing. If I click on one, it opens up, I can download it. I would change the schema a bit. So if I go to use wallpapers, I would add liked true. And suggested boolean, and what's the third one? settings screen. Let's see. It's liked, suggested, and library. Library boolean. All right. Let's say this one's liked, and suggested, but not in the library. And this one's liked, suggested, false, library true. Just some random permutations and combinations. We're just hard coding data right now. And eventually we'll see what, how we can connect it to a backend. Export function, use suggested wallpapers, which, as the name suggests, should return fonts. And then there you go. And similarly, we'll have use liked wallpapers, and we'll have use liked, suggested, and library. All right. I have now defined 3 separate hooks for wallpapers that you've liked, wallpapers that are in your library, so on and so forth. So if I now go to the For You page, the home screen, this should be called the library screen, and this should take the wallpapers as use library wallpapers. This guy should take them as use setting. Why is it called the settings screen? It should be called the liked screen. Use liked wallpapers, use suggested wallpapers, and we're good to go. Now you should see a different flavor when it comes to the For You page. Yeah, there you go. This one has like 1, 2, and 3 images. So yeah. Oh wow, we have independent scrolling. We need to fix that. Yeah. How do we have independent scrolling here? Split view. Oh. Okay. Let's go to index.tsx. And here also we have split view. Why does this guy not have? Oh, it's because it's inside a scroll view. That makes sense. So there's flat list, there is scroll view, flat list versus that makes sense. Yeah. This needs to change. All right, let's finish the thing, then we'll come back to this. There's like 2 things to fix right now, maybe 3. Accounts. Let me finish this really quickly. Accounts has 2 sign-in buttons, which are super useless to us right now, but we will still add them. So open bottom sheet, and I'm going to add auth button. It takes an icon and a label as an input, returns a view or maybe a pressable, which renders, it's very similar to the download icon that we have in the bottom sheet. So something like this. Just like we have the download button, we're going to introduce the auth button, which will take the label and the icon as an input. What is the button called? It's called sign in only. All right, let's see what the sign-in buttons look like. They look something like this, a little too much padding. Yeah. Sorry, I meant margin. All right, 2 sign-in buttons, and what else do we have here?
settings for changing the theme. All right, let's add that. Also has a header. Sign in to save your data. Panels, sign in to save your data. And that looks decent. Settings and then theme. And then 3 buttons. All right. Settings and then theme. custom light dark view style equal to
either the text is white. Yeah, that is probably it. Which is fine. Right, that looks decent. Now you just need to make sure whenever you click on it, it actually changes the theme, which if I'm being honest right now won't do much. Let's see. Use color scheme. Set color scheme. React Native. Set color scheme. Light or dark or null. So this one should be something else. I think. Let's go back here. This will actually be dark. There we go. Light, dark. Sort of works. Let's see. Right from here. Safe area view followed by a themed view. Alrighty, let's try that one more time. Oh. What have we done? Looks good. The header. So dark shows up something like this. Light shows up something like this. System doesn't really matter. dark में the buttons are a little messed up. Light में the buttons are fine. Basically tells you that the auth buttons का color, you know, needs to be theme dot let's see, let's go to theme text, and it should be you think right. Text background icon and tint colors. So text background से start करते हैं. Text fine label equal to theme text. Okay, that should cover it. Oh, remove that, and icon, that's fine, should do it. Border radius needs to have a border color as well. Width theme dot colors, yeah. That looks decent. Light doesn't look decent. Dark looks decent. Light, the border sort of goes away. Icon is the same only. Oh, that's right. All right. Icon colors messed up. Sign with Google, sign with Apple, light, dark, system again, light and dark. Border on dark is a little weird, but thankfully fixable. Theme button, there you go. This needs to change. Light mode, dark mode, light mode, everything looks decent. If I open this,
looks decent. Dark mode. Yeah, it's all messed up. So dark mode. I think the bottom sheet sort of is the opposite, but still that's fine. Let's kick things off by making everything themed views, and the download button is inside whatever thing needs to also be a themed view. All right, and the download button needs to have slightly better styles, similar to, I would say, theme button. That's, if I'm being honest, close enough. Actually not. Theme is fine, just need to add a border width, border color, border radius. Alright, that's the download button now. Those are the icons. One big thing, which is after the image, let's add and download button. There you go. I just have to make sure this guy, which has icon number 1 and icon number 2, is not a themed view. There you go. Perfect. Color again is a little weird for dark mode. Bottom sheet colors over here for the dark mode. Yeah, the icon need to just change. There you go. Alright, that looks decent. Only problem is it doesn't take full width and height. Now it does. The other problem is the bottom sheet is in the wrong place. You shouldn't see the bottom bar when it pops up. Should be fixable easily though. Oh, the other thing is the theme for the top bar and the bottom bar are completely messed up. And I don't even know what's happening here. I think I know. I think it's the parallax view that's messing things up here. Yeah, some level of, yeah, anyways, we're moving it to the top right. So what we're going to do is download picture is going to be in a single place. Yeah, it's already in a single place. It needs to get rolled up to, I want to say, the top level view. Oh, whoopsie daisy. We have to create a context here. Yeah, long journey. All right, let me take you guys, checkpoint, and whatever's left. So we have a, whatever, call it themes page or accounts page now, which shows you, a few buttons. They don't do anything right now. Let's you switch the theme from light to dark. The theme isn't reflecting in the bottom bar here or in the top bar over here. So next thing I need to fix. The scrolling is happening independently. That's also super weird. They need to scroll together and not independently like this. Yeah, that will be a challenge. And yeah, so those are next action items for me. Everything, yeah, of course the download button doesn't do what it's supposed to do, doesn't really download a file yet. So those are like 3-4 things that are left. Let me take a small break and quickly finish the rest of the application. That includes the download button doing its thing, the theme being a little better, the colors being a little better. And there's also a bug here. If I open this, you'll see it went up so big, and then if I scroll to the top, then it only opens up until here. Probably has something to do with how much. So this guy's height is probably 0 right now, or less right now. Now it's full, so now it's almost perfect. But now the height is too much, which is why it pops up so high. So yeah, that should be fixable though. Cool. Back in 5. All right. Let me fix. Rename this thing over here. Fix the flat list. The data is going to be not this. We'll have single flat list. Index render items. Container. All right, let's see. temper activity. So here I'm just getting rid of the parallax scroll view. It's causing two errors for us. One, so it doesn't have a carousel. Number two, it's just causing the video that we open up to, you know, not look as, or like the pop-up that comes up to be longer or shorter from time to time. So I'm introducing another library called React Native Animated Carousel for, you know, the carousel bits. So let's get rid of it. Split view is needed. about privacy policy. not get the files extension. Oh, well, I just tried this out on my phone. What I did right now is, downloaded the app on my phone, like physical device, and oh, you guys cannot see it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just trying to show you what it looks like on my phone. Basically, let's see. Yeah, I can't see it. Oh, there you go. So this is the app currently on my phone. The home section, the explore section, you can clearly see some white patches that we need to fix. And the profile section, which also has, white patches all around. And when I click on this and click on download right now, I'm receiving a promise rejection warning. It says, could not get the files extension. So we need to fix that. And when I just started to do this, it gave me a pop-up that said, do you want to allow this specific app to put things in your device? And I told yes. So the only thing that's left now is figuring out what is this warning that pops up. Most probably my guess is this is not how I can't simply send in a raw image URL, which is what I'm doing right now. Request permission async. Yeah, there you go. Save at a given local URI to the user's machine, unlike create asset async. This is from an existing file. Right, recording stopped for a bit. I was able to reach this specific issue on Stack Overflow. Most probably I need to first download the file and then store it, not do what I was doing right now. So just using the media library isn't enough if I'm getting the image from an internet facing URL. So let's quickly read through in file system and React Native, and then understand, or more specifically Expo, and then go from there. Yeah, as the name suggests, it lets you download images and assets. So let's yoink the handle download function. Date file system res equal to download async file URI file system document directory. All right, let's try that. Bottom sheet, sorry, download button. On click. Now I first need to download the file. File URL is going to be file system, which comes from here. Get the file URL. This is going to be URL, and once this is done, is when we actually save the file. And I think the URL that is sent to save to library async needs to be the local URL. What do these guys do? Create asset async. I think that's fine as well. Create async. Let's try that out on our local phone. So this does hot reload, I think. Let's see. Let me change this to from download to download to, and I do see it in my phone as well. Click on the download button now. Expo is requesting additional access to your photo library. Limit access to, let's say, just one photo here. Oh, I do see the photos. Perfect. Motivation download. I probably need some sort of an alert. Night sky download. All right, that looks decent. Question is, was it downloaded to my photos? Bigger question is, do I want to open my photos here on the internet? So long story short, yes, it was downloaded. So it seems to be working as expected, but now I need to edit out a few things before we proceed and blur out a few videos and photos. Thank you. See you in 5 minutes. All right, let's add some feedback. A simple alert, I guess. Whenever the image is saved, and maybe heart functionality shouldn't be too difficult to add. What we need is, let's go to our hooks. We need some state management to implement the heart functionality. Okay, let me skip that for now. The other thing is the top bar and thing on the bottom were white even on the dark theme. How do we fix that? Theme on safe area context React Native. There you go. There we go. That looks decent. Themes look sorted. Like functionality would be nice to fix really quickly. Suggested, explore, accounts. I guess the only thing that is left is this like very abrupt, well, two things. The carousel doesn't have dots, which is not great. And the text doesn't fade as you go up. That's another thing, I guess. And lastly, this is like very abrupt. So we need some sort of animations here, and then we can say, you know, we're in a decent spot. So let me quickly fix that. Let's go to index.tsx, and we have sort of a very half-assed implementation over here of, you know, whatever this is, hiding the top bar in, you know, sort of a parallax motion. Hold on, how does it happen here in the main application? I think I'm missing something very obvious. Yeah. So yeah, one thing I'm missing is that this guy number one needs to have a border. So there's this animated view, and then the view afterwards. Let me just get rid of the accounts info page for now as well, because we're not using it and it keeps interrupting from time to time. So delete. All right. Let's see. This guy needs to be. We need the width to increase when I snap it down. This is one thing that I'm sort of missing here. The other thing that would be nice is, you know, adding reload functionality here. So let's do that. The parallax scroll view made the image's size, I would assume, a little bigger. Yeah, there you go. Scale from 2,1,1. Scroll offset dot value minus header height 0 header height. Yeah, basically if you go from minus header height to 0, yeah, the scale goes up. So you basically need this only. First of all, let's see, animated.view may can we add scale. Scale to account info. Handle sheet changes. All right. This is the app. I wanted to see the scale on the animated view. Parallax view, transform, and then scale. That makes sense. There you go. So now we need to make sure the scale interpolates from, you know, some value to some value based on where we're currently at. So basically need something like this: header animation style, use animation style, transform. Let's not worry about well, this is actually a cleaner way to do it, but let's not worry about this just yet. Scale is going to be interpolate from, sorry, on, I would say y offset. Yeah, and if y offset is negative, minus TopBar underscore height, comma 0, comma TopBar underscore, that should do it. Let's see. Header animation style, and I'm going to replace transform or whatever this is with style equal to an array. So something like this. All right, let's see. Open this guy, looks decent. If I scroll up, it does scale, doesn't scale as quickly as I would like it to. And the text probably shouldn't scale. Let's see what happens in their app. Yeah, the text doesn't scale. Let's just make it a little less dramatic. Probably just need vertical images here if I'm being honest. This needs to move out to some sort of a context. Let's go to layout.tsx in the root folder, and here let me add this cause wallpaper is equal to 0. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's not taking that much height. Few things. Let's go back to index.tsx and text animations. Text style equal to this very big array, comma. All right, let's see. looks decent. As I scroll up, it fades away, but the only thing is needs to be a little more dramatic. So 110 is fine. Minus TopBar 2, TopBar underscore height divided by 2. That looks decent. Need a few more wallpapers. Text is a little, need like a better font as well, but we're short on time here. Text, I must say, whatever, padding. I think if I put the right images here, it would get better. Let's see. Use theme color, use carousel, replace the first one. Alright, let's see. Nah. The image gets clipped or something. And also the border thingy isn't happening. Yeah, also the scroll is weird. Ish, too many things to fix, too little time. Go to app. This does not work. All right, this is what the app looks like right now. I'm comparing it, side by side. This is the 𝗥𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗃 app. This is our application. A few things that need to change are, there are no dots here below the carousel in our application, but there are dots over here. Then there is the For You page, which has 3 sections. We don't have a backend right now, which is why, it's just a randomly selected set of images for library, liked, and suggested. Then we have the accounts section, which looks like this. It's a little different the way it looks, वैसे. And the 𝗥𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗃 app actually lets you sign in. We don't have a backend right now, which is why I can't sign in. Light mode, dark mode, and when you click on accounts over here, a page pops up, which is another random page. I don't have any functionality like that here, but you can easily pop that page on top. That's a brief of the comparison. Let me know how it looks. And this took me around 4 hours, maybe 5 hours, and probably is like another 5 hours of work just polishing the UI, making it. For example, you see a profile section thingy at the top here. There is no profile thingy over here, so a lot of low-hanging fruit to get around before you can call it feature, sort of feature compatible, but like UI compatible, because if you're ever cloning something, if it's not as polished as the original application, then you can't really say, okay, I fixed the 𝗥𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗃 app, because well, you've not fixed anything. So that's a brief. If you want, let me throw out a few things for you to try out. Number 1 might be just writing the backend. Fairly simple. I think that's the simplest bit left. The harder thing is going to be polishing the application, making the colors exactly the same as the original application, adding sign-in functionality. Once you've signed in, letting people save images, mark them as favorited, so on and so forth. And what else? Well, they probably have a creator dashboard where creators can come, because for them all of these images are behind or created by a specific creator. For example, this one to the top is a full collection. So like a bunch of not small features, like decentish features that to build, which probably require you to write the backend first. So one more thing I can see is when you scroll down over here in the 𝗥𝗲𝗍𝗀𝗃 app, the bottom bar hides. It doesn't hide for us. And what else? There is a search functionality over here which we don't have. How that looks. So yeah, that's a high level. If you want to, the code is open source, linked in the description. You'll probably find me there as well, trying to make it feature compatible. We're on time here and we need to release, which is why I'm leaving it right here. And whatever things are left on top, I'll see you on GitHub, and don't try to improve it. It's easier to improve an existing application. It's much harder to write it yourself. So I would urge you to code it from scratch and try to make it feature compatible. I think it's much harder to clone a mobile app compared to a website. Cool. That's all I had. Let me bring myself on screen here. Hopefully that was insightful. Let me know if not, and let me know what app would you like to see next. With that, let's end it. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye bye.